Hello. We should be okay now. Hello, we're going. Yes, we are. Thank God for that. I'll probably turn us down a little bit, because this is going to be quite the experience. Alright, well, in that case, welcome everyone to the stream. Haven't been on here for a while. To put things short, we have been in recovery mode for the most part. Had a week off work last week and we didn't stream at all. That's because we didn't do much of anything at all. Monday, we went out, saw a concert, and then during the time, my beautiful wife, she sprained her ankle and been recovering ever since. Luckily though, we're back up to speed, feeling a little bit better, but yeah man, when you just get hurt and when you're just so drained, just lose motivation to do things.
Yeah.
But anyway though, that was last week. This is this week, and so welcome to the stream. And as you can see on I have the Twitch title, speaking of Twitch, need to sort out your tag system. I don't know whether it's because things are broken right now or things have been updated, but guess what? Your tags, they not working no more. So now you have to trudge through a lot of people's spelling mistakes, whether they are drunk or just stupid. Who knows? Breathe away. Twitch, please sort your shite out. Because, oh lord, not good. I don't know who needs to sort their stuff out more, Twitch or YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, either way, a couple of things to start off on the stream right now. Well, yes, of course, we're here. We are planning to do a couple more streams, you know, later on down the line. But there might be something happening in March, late March, between I think it's between the 20th and the 26th of March to be exactamundo. And I am correctamundo. I'm not going to describe what yet because things are yet to fall in place, but basically we might be doing something for charity. Which case I'm all for.
Does that mean we might have to set up like a template with the donation pool?
I think based on the email, it is going to be provided for us.
Okay.
And yeah, sure, and we have a bunch new layouts as well, so that's going to be fun. That's going to be awesome. But yeah, anyway, guys, but until then, until we'll let you know when we know. But anyway, though, enough rambling, enough me. Let's get to it. We are going to stream the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. And guess what? As the stream says, this is my wife's first time playing it. Not just the Deluxe Edition, but in general. For me, I played this game way back when it came out, back in 2013. I still cannot believe this game is 10 years old. That makes me feel old, dude. Jesus Christ. But anyway, you have a vague idea on what to expect with this game. Oh, but you have yet to go through the rabbit hole. But I'll just say it now, up front. I will not be guiding you. I will not be giving you any hints or tips, except for one thing. This game does have multiple endings, quotation marks. But there is one ending in which I will not let you miss out on.
Yeah.
So when it comes to it, I will direct you to it. But until then, I ain't got nothing else. To say. Let's do it.
This is our palate cleanse from Fire Emblem.
Yes, and Sonic Frontiers.
Yeah.
Let's do it. And hopefully, if there is an issue with the audio, we will adjust. I don't think this game has a lot regarding its audio, but still, I'll just up it a little bit because the writing, the voice acting, this is. It's a bit like gross.
So no copyrights.
No. But yeah, I do want to balance the audio because I want you guys to hear the voice acting as well as us, as well as my wife's reactions. I'm so excited. I'm I really am. I wanted you to play this game for a long, long time. No! Honey, you're gonna be breaking the fourth wall. How dare you?
Oh, it's in PM and AM.
Yep, so... No, it works. Yeah, so... Did you know? Yeah, you got it. You better just... I'm about to say, I'll say, you've been in here for a long, long time. Now, is the audio okay for you, or would you want it upped a little bit?
It's okay.
Okay. Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah, I'm also not going to be spoiling anything, and I'm not going to give her any hints or tips, so... Hopefully she can enjoy the game as is. This game also has a hell of a lot of options.
Yeah, I can see that.
And for a game that... And for a game like this, that's pretty impressive. This was originally bought out on the PC, so of course it has a lot of options. This was one of TB's favorite games.
TVs.
Total Biscuits.
Ah.
Rest in peace, good sir. You also really loved Nier Automata. Made a fantastic review with it.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
This is all you. I am not going to do what you like and go for it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I love you.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
You can. I think you can go back. If not, no, never mind. But you do get options to replay these things.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yep. This is just the tip. You've reached the tip of the iceberg, honey.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
This game sometimes will make you stand and just listen to the dialogue.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
There you go. You've got one ending. Oh. There's a lot of things in which you can do. It's great. There you go. This is pretty much back to the start.
I tried reverse psychology and it didn't work.
If you go along with it, don't go along with it. It leads to different things.
Mm-hmm.
There's choices in choices in choices, but yet at the same time,
all of his
not
coworkers
really.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And sometimes the game is gonna trick you. I won't say anything else. But yeah, the draw, the point, and the focus is definitely in the writing.
Mm-hmm.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Also, hang on, if I may, can you look at the PowerPoint? Oh. There are some messages here.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, For just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
That's never ending. They're bite-sized chunks of either humor, insanity, or just plain what.
It's like the Nier Automata ending.
Yes. Yes. Except this one leans more into the comedy aspect of the crazy. But still.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Like I said, there's choices and options within choices and options.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
No, and you going the right way.
I was?
Yeah.
That's an empty elevator shaft.
Good luck. Some people do describe this as horror, but I don't see it. But the tone sometimes.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Yeah, you weren't wrong. This is definitely like Nia.
Stanley stood on the snow. And finally, he pushed the number 9. Stanley pushed the orange lever.
Wait, how much of this game do you know?
I know a couple more endings. But I'll wait until you throw in the towel and say, okay, show me others.
I like all these little tidbits.
Yeah. I love this one too, and all these things are pretty much in the game to some extent. I love rooms I love rooms like this, and we get to see the development notes and unused things.
Yeah.
I think one of the greatest examples is in one of the Ratchet and Clank games, in which you can actually go to the it's a hidden developers room, and you get to see all of the unused assets, designs, models, vehicles, and you even get a developer commentaries on them. Now this is one that I do not know, because this was one that was put into the Deluxe edition.
This thing I'm in right now.
Yeah. So I don't actually know how you get out of it, or get to the ending of this. Might have to look this up.
I mean, I don't think I've explored everything yet, so.
Yeah, Fenawise.
Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. Now then he pushed the number 4. Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design, textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you...
Yeah, I think this controller has a bit of drift.
Yeah. I think I can tell. I mean, I can try and see if I can shift it over to the new one. I have to see.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
There we go. I'm glad you found.
All of his co-workers
I'm
were
glad
gone.
you found
What
the
could
ending.
it mean?
For the ending.
Stanley
the
decided to
solution.
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I've wanted a chance to tell you.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I like how employee 601
But here was the proof,
red fired.
the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
That was one of the endings. Now, I'm going to ask before we before we move on, do you want to switch controllers?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can adjust this. Give me a second, guys. We'll be right back. And we're back with new controller in hand. Oh. I don't know if you can. Oh no, wait, never mind.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
You're learning.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take, too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
pet stuff.
Ah.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
There we go. And there we go. You got the traditional ending, quote unquote.
The good ending.
Well, yeah, the good ending, the bog standard ending. Get your first trophy. Good for you. Now, this game is terrible. This game is terrible if you're thinking trophies, because if we, hypothetically speaking, got as many trophies as we wished we could, what do you feel like? Okay, I'd say now, if we got all of the trophies which we could humanly possibly get tonight, when do you think we would be able to get the last one?
Not until all of them are unlocked?
Nope.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Nope.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
We would have to play this. We would not have to play this game until, and I'm not joking, 2033. There is a trophy for not playing this game for 10 years. Yes.
So 2033, that's not the time, that's a year.
Yes. 10 years you'd have to wait.
So we don't get the trophy until then.
Yes. But that no. That's if we never played this game again until then. Like this game remained dormant on our PS4 for 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah. It sucks.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
You see, the game sometimes requires you to play things through a couple more times, or just randomly just unlocks things.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle? Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Like you just ignored the jump circle. It's like, screw you, jump circle. That's okay. Continue. I don't know this content.
You don't?
No, it's part of the Ultra Deluxe edition.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping.
Yes,
is this
jumping.
What passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
It's even crazier because the narrator doesn't even know what's going on.
Yes.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fanbase rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Of course, as we know, it's not. There's more content than that. I just love it. I will fight these guys on Twitter. I like how it's an image of the hallway.
Yeah.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something. Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
That's it. I do hear the door shut, so that's always there. I mean, does he say? Does he say anything when you go back?
Oh, never mind. You're not a dog.
So sorry. Just had to be curious. I love it. There's little flavor text here and there, no matter what you do.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before
all
it
the
was
awards
sullied
they've
with a
won.
cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity.
No, they
Back
didn't.
then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Wow, oh wow, yeah, these are all the awards they've won. This one game has won all this.
Wow.
All the news articles. Damn.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes,
Oh wow, Sterling!
where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley?
Wow.
Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley
but
Parable
James
was. It was
Sterling's happy
literally
that got in
every
there.
game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley
Shout out
Parable
to
anymore.
Persona 3.
It's
Yeah.
just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh yeah, I think
Here's another moving passage, this time from
every
GameSpot.com.
single
The
statue
Stanley
in
Parable
War
is
Monument
both a
is like
richly
an award.
stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else.
Oh,
It
wow,
didn't
yeah,
need
the
new
source,
content.
the software they
All they
used.
had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game's already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Oh, I've just got the joke. Pressurized gas, steam. Oh, that's so good. But thank God, is steam really copyrighted? All right.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, its preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure, like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much
amount of
more than
writing they had
forever
for
ago?
this.
Which is why I say... the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works. Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before I went on about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is who runs pressurized gas will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review merely because of this very situation.
Gabe.
I think that's
Gabe
quite
Newell.
likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with pressurized gas altering this particular review so that it reads
I like
as
how they
something
stop
more
it and say,
beneficial.
I hope that's pressurized
Something along the lines
gas.
of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Yep.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Push.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the world. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it. Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
He's dead.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned. They screamed. They gnashed their teeth and said, "Entertain us." It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, "He's talking too much," they said. "First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up." It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, "Oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it." And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, We require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves that they couldn't help but leave a negative review on pressurized gas. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused. But they didn't understand the... The end is never the end, 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 is
Yeah, it's pretty. My God, pressurized gas just about Iceland.
Yeah.
Skip. You must face reality now. It's never the end. It's never the end. It's never the end.
Yeah. That's ringing in my head too.
Yep. It just entirely skipped your life.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
I'm just gonna turn off everyone's PC for fun. Saving electricity, I is.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Are you surprised?
No.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts and feelings so far?
It's definitely intricate.
Oh, I've looked at the Venn diagram.
Venn diagram.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts,
Who took the red
that
marker?
surely the
Me.
game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
My god, Expo Hall. Are they parodying E3 at this point? Oh my god.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
All right, honey,
Just
your
play
name is
along.
Jim.
I promise you'll
I shall
love
call
it.
you that from now
Okay,
on, Jim.
here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
So, Jim, how are you? It's ruined you tonight, I'm sorry.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later. You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Perfect.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Wow. Are you moving forward with this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. What in the hell?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Gerard, the completionist, would disagree with you, sir. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
This map.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
I wonder if that QR code works.
Okay. You guys can't see this, but I'm doing it. Oh my god, it actually takes you to what's it called? The Stanley Parable 2. Hold on, I gotta check this out. Doing it again. Yep. Alright. Where are we going? Stanley Parable 2. Oh my god. It's a crude website, but my god, does it work? I'm probably not going to play... I'm not going to show the video just in case, but I'm going to play the audio though. This is on YouTube, so have fun. Oh my god, it's 9 minutes long.
See there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention. And in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the
That's
Stanley
not true, by the
Parable
way.
was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable.
They
Here it is,
really
and it's
double down
raw,
on this.
untouched, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great
Slight
lengths
spoilers
to
in that
fix
one.
this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your
How would you
civic
cheat at
duty
hopscotch?
and bully
Yeah.
your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
My God, that was elaborate. That wasn't. They know how to work humor into this. So much so that they made a fake website with a nearly 10-minute video.
Yeah.
Oh God. Well, anyway. This game's got character, that's for goddamn sure. Ah yes, the Jim button. Hello, Jim. You just want to hit it again, don't you?
Yeah.
Hello, Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
You shall become Jim and nothing but Jim. The reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
It's my bucket now. Can't do anything. Stanley, can I have the bucket back? No.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I got the bucket. I'll be okay.
Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm lit invincible now. Bucket, protect me! Whee!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
You just need to put that bucket back. You did hear me, Stanley. Jump circle, free trophy, bonus, yep. Set. I feel like the only one we haven't been in yet is Settings World Champion and yeah, I think that's everything really. But when we went to that door, it was closed, weren't it?
Mm-hmm.
Or was there some thing up top of that those stairs? Or was that the collectible thing? Yeah, never mind. Or maybe it's me. What's on the right there? Sorry, right. That's not our audio. It's the game.
I miss hearing that sound. That's how you know your cell phone's about to ring.
Yeah. Oh, really? I did not know that.
Yeah. The speaker's reacting to your cell phone about to ring.
Well, I wouldn't know. I didn't get many phone calls. This is the infinity hole again. That's new. Also, please no screenshots. They knew.
Yeah.
As opposed to photos. I mean, I wonder what happened if you just left. Goodbye. I'm taking the bucket with me.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yes. This bucket and I, we shall be married. This bucket is my life partner now. I came out.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the
My
new
two
features?
my
Yes, I know it's
two
not exactly
partners,
clear yet how
Bucket and
exactly these
Jim.
features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Bam.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Let me guess, it's going to take you back to the start of the game. Yeah. Did you say begin the game?
Yeah.
Okay. How was that, Stanley? Also, I've taken your bucket away. Because it's mine.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
No, you thought you could pop them?
Yeah.
I did too. The bucket. That is your new best friend.
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I so love how it's got new dialogue just because
Still
you've got
no
a
one was
bucket.
here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find
Oh
answers.
god!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Stanley in the
office.
bucket, as if it's a character.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that.
Oh,
and in
it's
such
not
a
new.
competitive economy, why
Can you
had he
back out?
taken that risk?
Oh, you can't back
All because
out.
he believed
Oh.
everyone had vanished. His
Is there an
boss
option
would
to
think he was
restart?
crazy. And then something occurred.
Yeah. Begin the game again, I think. That's awesome.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
The bucket became Stanley's new best friend. In fact, his only friend. It was the only friend he ever had. He later married the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yes. All hail the bucket god.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Oh, man.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large
Stanley and
door
the
that
bucket.
read Mind Control Facility.
Now here's the thing. Oh. Which direction you want to go?
I don't know. 'Cause the last time I tried to verge, it was the same.
No. I say try escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall,
Yeah, it's bucket, so
Stanley
it's
and the
got-
bucket
it's gotta be
would
new
both meet
content.
a violent death.
The bucket would be a violent death.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity
Sorry.
to turn around
I
and
just
get
like
back
how
on
it just
track.
like sat in the
At
bucket.
this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward
The
into
bucket's a
very
carrot.
painful death for each of them.
The bucket's a character now. I love it.
I don't want to hurt the bucket.
No! God save the bucket. Oh. Bucket, are you okay? Yay.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
Bucket, you mean nothing to
It puts
me.
the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Bucket,
Farewell,
no.
Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
The bucket lives!
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the
What?
rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Wait. Wait. Is this now... You are saying the president that was much like a bucket itself, the human mind is particularly empty within, cannot void, but through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and rich as... Will you take what you've learned about the world? Will you accept an open mind? Will be chanted about the information? The exhibit. Is this a... Oh my god, it's a bucket museum!
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Cave paintings of the bucket.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as
Oh,
dazzling to
oh,
behold as
Speedy,
this
well,
one. It is
welcome.
man who should kneel before the bucket.
Welcome to the stream. We're just enjoying the Stanley parable, just seeing the bucket. Hopefully things aren't too loud and the audio is decent. Just a bucket just hanging from the ridge. Behold the bucket. How are you though? Hope you're well. See the stress bucket and an allegory. Oh my god. I'm comforted by any bucket. How are you? I feel good actually. When I first saw the bucket, I wasn't quite sure, but now that we've held the bucket in our arms for so long, I feel great. I feel awesome. I think everyone should hold a bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone in the world. Did you look at the sign next to the huge bucket on the wall? Mean this one? A bucket with two handles. The bucket is depicted as having two handles, which is bigger in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and Rex experimental. Just a put to death just for attempting it. Whoa, two buckets. You're nuts. Let's not go crazy here. Cavemen chanting for buckets. I have to assume. Hanging buckets, humanity. Relationship between buckets and humanity. Wait, what? Okay. That's trippy. What did you do? Did you?
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Did you kick the bucket?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
So we just made a bucket cult.
We pray to the bucket gods.
No, God. There was one bucket. It's just any other buckets are descendants. There's a bucket heaven where pails go to die. No. There's a bucket heaven and then a pail hell. Because isn't a pail the antithesis of it?
Gone.
Mm-hmm.
What could it mean? Stanley decided
Or
to go to
jugs.
the meeting room.
Jugs.
Perhaps he had simply missed
Jugs
a
or
memo.
barrels.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Is every route now going to be with the bucket?
Yeah. Although I'm sure there's something unique for not getting the bucket.
Stanley left the bucket behind like a heartless bastard.
If he hadn't, he would have actually lived.
Stanley clutched
Stanley
the bucket
did not
tightly
take
to his chest
the bucket.
and entered the door on his left.
He died quickly soon after.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place
Fantastic.
to be.
So CDE, if you're still here, how much have you played of the Stanley Parable, if at all?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
You technically have not been that route yet.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Like I said, options and options. I have spent too long with and without the bucket. Okay.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the
in that
boss's
case, CD,
office.
what is your favorite ending of this game? Just to be curious.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight
Always
of
good
this
to see how people
revelation,
losing their
Stanley may have
minds over
broken
a
down
late
into an
evening
emotional
cup of tea.
dumpster fire, if
Indeed.
not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
At this
Even
point,
now,
I might consider
in
a
his
bucket
darkest
of tea.
of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light
Question
pierce
is,
the
what do I
dark
pick?
clouds
Do I
of
pick,
confusion and
a metal
chaos.
bucket or
It would
or
be
a,
with him
a wooden
always.
bucket?
The bucket
God,
would.
the choices!
He knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the
Fair
correct
ending?
code by sheer
I don't
luck.
risk spoiling
Was
it if
it
you haven't
the
seen
bucket
it
knew
yet.
all along?
I
Was
personally have
the
seen
bucket
it.
guiding
I
him?
played this a long time
this is
ago,
certainly
back
the most
when
logical
the original game was
explanation.
still out. This is more or less for me enjoying the new stuff, but for my wife Alice, this is her first time. Nice.
Found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
GG, 2 out of 6. Yeah! Figurine collection with the bucket. But yeah, this is my wife's first time playing it at all. She's had a good fun 3 hours so far. And honestly, I didn't feel like we would be playing this for 3 hours, and I really hope you've enjoyed it so far.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with
gonna be the
television
bucket this
screens.
time.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Stanley the bucket. How many odd things have you done in this TV room? Nothing odd yet. We have just done the bog standard route.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I'm sorry, I love... The bucket nearly wept. The bucket nearly cried. This might hold my favorite ending. Oh, okay.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't
I
want
like
to
that
do?
Stanley's just been
What
completely
kinds of
forgotten.
things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
If
At
a
this
bucket
point, he
cries,
could
does
trust
run
no
down
one
the outside or
except
just
the
slowly
bucket.
fill it with tears? I feel like it would overflow because, the emotion
Here
just
was
pour
the
out.
proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way. And the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
I don't know why these bucket jokes are getting me. They high-five the bucket in a really cool way. Now that you saw. I'm gonna make that cup of tea that I promised myself. Stanley Madness and the caffeine. A winning combination. Hey,
When
well,
at last they came to
if
the
you're
source
gonna
of the
make
room's
tea,
power,
enjoy.
Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
On or off? On or off? Ooh, well, seeing how it's new bucket dialogue, I think any choice is viable. Yo, the bucket shall control the world.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to
Bucket
turn
jumped
on the
in.
controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power
Bucket
for itself?
power.
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image
this
appeared
might
upon
be
the
a-
enormous screen.
Might be a fame ending. Enjoy the
Birds.
cannonballs. Oh, we will.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What? Silly birds. What?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
What the
Had
hell?
the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Oh my god. Okay. I love the bucket.
Yeah.
I think it definitely shows the writing chops if you're able to make constant funny lines and deliveries over a bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Wait a minute.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting
bucket.
room.
Oh, no, wait, it's in the
Perhaps
next
he
room,
had
isn't it?
simply
Yeah.
missed a memo.
Okay. How could I forget about the bucket? Shame on me.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Again.
Again. The bucket embraced him as a long-lost lover. Oh, God.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You're going to escape with the bucket, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, hello. This is new. This is where you can find the collectibles. I like it's a crime scene. Like you must track down. We gotta track down this guy. Figlies. Someone spent a good two minutes making that.
Mm-hmm.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life would it be if you had to just pick one?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
The bucket
At
would
this
always
point,
be
Stanley
with
was
him.
so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
Don't ask me how
Nor
that
in
works.
his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
The bucket knows all. The bucket knows the Illuminati. In fact, the bucket is the Illuminati. The bucket holds the secret to world peace. No, in the original, it didn't have an up button. Okay, fair enough. Did not know that.
Have an up button?
Yeah, in the original.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Not sure if you can do anything with that in but probably not.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with
But
television
it's worth a
screens.
shot at some point.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
No,
as
we've got
Stanley
the leaky
gripped it
bucket, that's the
gently,
worst thing.
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Bucket. You weren't employee 361, were you?
Was the
Or six-
bucket under the
or
mind
60, what I
control
forget.
facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Would you like a
These
ridiculous
questions raced
secret
furiously in
in this
Stanley's
room?
feeble
Or no spoilers. I will leave that to
No!
you.
He screamed
I wouldn't
into
say
the bucket.
no.
He
You
couldn't
wouldn't-
accept
okay,
it.
so you
His
would
own
like
life
spoilers
in
for
someone
an
else's control.
an
Never!
ending
He
here.
squeezed the bucket tighter.
Okay, no worries. And
His
next time
one
round,
friend
we'll
in the entire
we'll take care
world.
of it. I'll
At this
take care of
point,
that.
he could trust no one except for the bucket.
But then the bucket will betray him and stab him in the back.
Because I noticed they mentioned something about the TV room, and I was
But
clicking
here was
around
the
trying
proof.
to find what it was.
The
but I wasn't
heart of
sure.
the operation. Controls labeled with emotions,
Do not
happy
worry.
or sad
the
or content.
Stanley parable of
Walking,
you seen
eating,
is
working,
full of
all of it
secrets.
monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he
for the
and the
bucket.
bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
I love it.
They high-fived in a
Will
really cool
anything
way,
ever
and the
be
bucket made
better
a sassy
than
comment
and
about
munching
taking down the
silly
system.
birds? If it what if, now I might be going crazy here, what if it gave you an option to watch silly buckets? Would the world just implode there for a second? I don't know. Like buckets going down a stairs.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to...
Oh no.
What? Wait. What was happening?
Uh-oh.
Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
The facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
A tiger mauled him there for the bucket.
The bucket was gone.
Yeah. The bucket decided, F this, I'm out. sorry. Bucket, I'm out. I am so sorry.
I like how the good ending became the bad ending with the bucket.
Yes. The bucket changes everything, don't you know? You choose life over the bucket?
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Only a matter of time, not just a matter of time. Typo! How dare!
Is there a point to me turning these things off?
Yes and no. You will be surprised by the amount of things you can do in the starting area. Some things are elaborate, which you have in which you have to do a lot of things. Other things you've got to do.
When Stanley came to a
Nothing
set
at all.
of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Also, you left the bug behind, you bastard.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew
We
it
are
perfectly
not
well.
speaking today.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Might as well call this a dead run now because you've left your true
The
love
lounge
behind.
was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace, its subtle, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I don't think you've gone down this route yet. Oh.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
I was about.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down,
I'm honestly
right.
surprised it
Yep,
took you
okay,
long enough.
Okay, yes.
It took you
I've
this
got
long.
it now.
to
This story
get
is
to this part.
absolutely, definitely this way.
Because I noticed it the last time I came here with the bucket.
Yeah. Will anything
No,
ever
no,
be better?
no, 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 no. This isn't right
bad.
at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Technically, you got an ending there. Ish. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
If you want to, I'll let you know when. I'll let you know when you can do something with this.
Mm-hmm.
For now, enjoy.
No more bucket.
No. You betrayed the bucket, and now look what's happened. It's vanished. It's gone. Your one true love has forsaken you.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
This is one of mine and Richard's favorite routes. This is.
The one I'm in right now?
Yes. Our favorite is still yet to be
I'll
found.
say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this.
That's what Xenoblade 3
Okay, let's
was
give
all
it a
about.
shot. Why not?
Starting over and over and over again.
I'm in the endless now.
You pretty much are at this point.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I missed the bucket.
Yep. Well, it's over now. The bucket is dead.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
This is one of the games that got me intrigued in game design, because it made me think, how did the things change, but it's still the same, like, room, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I began to learn, like, what coding is and how you program things to change.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Yeah, again, once I saw this, I thought, how? Because
Now
my
this-
brain at the
Well,
time
I'll be
couldn't,
honest, I don't
couldn't take
recognize
it.
this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Yay!
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Yes!
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Oh, you couldn't see it, but I was like, is she gonna follow? Is she gonna go? And when you walked away, I was like, yay! Ooh, solitaire. Oh.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction.
The door's like...
Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office,
I
is
like you
this
going
office
slowly
in
as
fact
you sneak
the
away.
skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
You see how zany it gets sometimes?
Yeah.
Yep. see, when me and my friend played this, when this music kicked in for about a good 4 minutes, I saw him just go.
We need to see him again.
We do. It was just him swinging his arm back while going, yeah! This song goes on for a while.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
We've had the story arc about a bucket. I can buy it.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No, No, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley
Line
Parable,
trademark.
right? The story?
Love
Is
it.
any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
No, the hell with it.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Ooh, doors open.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I just want to know the game feels better.
Oh, no, not you again.
a new controller?
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
It's trademark. You're gonna get it. The pause there.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I
love the
restart
ending.
again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget?
Find a bookstore,
My
get
mind
bored
goes
and
blank
leave.
simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you... Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Hey!
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
No, not with the bucket around.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the
I
door.
think you're
and
free to explore again.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so CD, if you're still here, you want to run Alice through the TV room ending. You know how to get to the TV room, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I say go for it. Remember, they never forget.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Okay, well I don't think CD's around, so I guess then on that one I shall let you know how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you enter as normal.
Mm-hmm.
Press every button.
Every button.
Yes.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
Get
What
on
kinds of
the
things
elevator.
does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Second.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Okay, now go back to the start. Oh no, sorry. Just wait. Keep it on the gate. There is a point to this, I promise. And there you go. Now, if I may, go back to the first platform. Now, if I may, press the light switch. Yeah! That's it. Unfortunately, the narrator does not react to this at all. I just love it, just like disco and all that jazz. Also, fun fact about this one. This song, if you're worried, oh my god, are we gonna get copyrighted for it? No, this song was made by Kevin MacLeod, aka the guy who is loved by anyone who does YouTube for music.
His
Good
one
music.
friend in the entire world. At this point,
Yep.
he could trust no one except for the bucket.
But the bucket was somehow confused on the disco.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the
Hey,
controls
Sadie, I'm
for
glad
good.
you enjoyed it.
Two
I'm glad
best
you enjoyed
friends,
seeing that,
Stanley and the bucket,
secret disco.
up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Now, is there any other endings that I can show you? I mean, how much? I mean, how much longer would you want? Would you want to go on this? It's now 11, and we're streaming for 3.5 hours.
I don't mind, to be honest.
No problem. Either way, I'm just really glad that the opening would get a laugh out of this game.
Mm-hmm.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation
You
to
just
put an
want
end
to
to
see
this
silly
horrible
birds
place.
again.
But
Yeah.
at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
The bucket was
Stanley gasped in
evil.
horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, well, I guess now, seeing how we're back,
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Right, you could take the bucket. Unfortunately, Stanley would not get well someday, because someday never came. He dropped dead immediately after that. Okay, well, I might be able to give you another ending if you want.
Mm-hmm.
When Stanley came to a set of two
What?
open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, that door. It was for that door shut. Oh, yeah, sure. If you want to start from the beginning of the game.
Mm-hmm.
No worries. I mean, there's multiple endings for this one, so just all depends. I do know which one I want to finish off on, for sure. Okay.
Stanley decided to go to the
Yep,
meeting room to check on
turn
his
left.
co-workers. He never functioned well by himself
Window.
and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Am I right? Am I wrong? I know there's a window ending. Don't tell me I'm wrong. That's gonna bug me now. Hang on.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference,
jump?
nor
Oh, no, wait,
did it
hang on.
advance the story in any way.
Adam is an ending that occurs when Adam leaves the map through the window on the left side in the first office complex. Employee 434. So it's a window then. try clicking on the window? Or get close to it? I don't know. You can leave through the window. Ah, yes, I see. Yeah, head through the window. Okay, can you get onto the desk? How did you get on the desk? Aha! There we go.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Do I restart?
I believe so. Here's the thing. It is different if you pick yes. So...
Oh.
yeah, so, yeah, pretty much do the same.
I figured as much.
Yeah.
Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
There's a reason why that phone is on that desk. It's just so you listen to the dialogue,
Stanley
you
assumed
fidget,
he'd broken the
and then all of a
map
sudden,
until he
boom.
heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what if I told you you could get an ending by doing nothing?
I'm not surprised that you can do that.
Yeah? Want to?
Mm-hmm.
Interact with the door. The door you're in right now.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Hey, there you go. Okay. If you want to, I can show you what to do with the PCs if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I now
All of his
briefly look
co-workers
this
were
up,
gone.
and now to
What
do
could
it.
it mean?
Okay,
Stanley
so
decided to go to the
on-
meeting room.
on
Perhaps he had
desks
simply missed a memo.
419, 423,
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a
boss's
trace of his
assistant
co-workers.
desk, and 434, and Stanley's desk. It may need to restart. So yeah, it's basically just need to interact with the keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
So again, that's Stanley's desk, 434, 423, and 419.
Well, that also rules out me trying to stay in my office with the bucket.
Yeah. Or is it the phone? Let me see. Let me see. Hang on. Hold on. I know, I know you can do something with it. Okay, never mind. Yeah, sure. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, so it's in specific orders. Okay, so 419 is the first desk you need to interact with.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Oh, I think you might need to restart because there are random times in which it's a PC is active, isn't there? Sorry about this. It's just these endings. It's been a while. Come on, PCs.
All of his
Be on.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I'm really hoping to see.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Man, really? Yeah, try one more time, and if it's still the same, we'll try a different ending, and hopefully it circles back around.
This game must be a lot of if and but statements.
Yes.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Fine. I guess we'll try and do a different ending then. Okay. Oh yeah. On your door choices, go right this time. Yeah, fine. Yes, you can get the bucket if you want.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Oh, Stanley.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Into the right.
Yep, the right
This was
one.
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
You continue on.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Okay, now I believe you can go. Ooh, yeah. Actually. Yeah, cargo. So go left.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I wonder, yeah, sure. Keep going ahead. I'm sorry, so sorry. You're interacting. Oh, I might have led you astray. I apologize. Yeah, sure. You might have to reset. At least the game, at least the game knows you want to constantly reset. Sorry, I'm partly trying to figure this out from memory, because I'm just looking at a Venn diagram here and thinking, how do you get there?
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I forget. I think you can go straight ahead. Yes. Yes. Yeah. This is the way. This is the way to go.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Stanley did whatever the bucket said. Oh, you have okay, you have an option now. I think you can jump on there while it's moving, and you can affect things.
Good, said the bucket.
Oh no, you can't
Now
jump.
ride the lift all the way to the top.
You? Sorry.
There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
It was then that Stanley realized he was crazy.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here. Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Which dark room? I love this. I love this bucket talk. It's awesome. Go into this dark room alone. Oh my god. Now, Stanley, kill yourself.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
I don't know if this ending's going to be different or not if you pick up the phone. Because I was going to originally say you do have an option to take the phone out of the plug socket.
Yeah.
But if you want to pick it up with the bucket, by all means.
Might as well.
Yeah. Oh god, please tell me our bucket's our wife. Please. I want the bucket to be our wife so bad.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh no. Maybe fair. Our house looks better. Oh my god, it did. It looks a hell of a lot better without our wife. Oh my god, I'm a terrible person. Oh. Woo, the bucket. Oh god. Take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Oh no. Take me home, Stanley.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Oh my god. The bucket becomes alive.
Anyway, Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Yes.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Oh my god. The cult of bucket begins. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like
Oh
your
my
average
god, the
hardware
bucket
store
cult
bucket.
begins!
It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my god, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings. The bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Oh my god! Oh, that was great!
Yeah.
Oh, that was great! The bucket shall be my lover now, not you. Oh, no, that is two options in which you disconnect the normal wife or when disconnect the bucket wife.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh,
Stanley
that's
decided
great.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
You
missed a
spawned
memo.
19 up? Oh, come on, man. Damn it.
When Stanley
You can
came to a
disconnect
set
the
of
normal
two,
wife.
this was
Okay.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human.
Jeez.
But eager to get back to business,
Oh,
Stanley
great.
took the first open door on his left.
No. It's straight ahead, yeah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really.
the other end.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Oh, I'd like to hope so, or at least great
Please,
dialogue.
Stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
No, I'd rather just unplug it.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
What? Did I hear that right?
What?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process.
Something sexual.
Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Back, sack, cry.
Welcome back.
Oh,
You
God,
may have
no
noticed
thanks.
that this room
That
has
was
begun
worse.
to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please. Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
I'll leave this. I'll leave the next coming parts to you. You're trapped now.
So why did I have to enter the time in the beginning?
Almost there.
Because
You'll
I
take
think
the
it
door on the
reflects
left,
time in the
back
real
to the
world.
correct ending. The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
You've killed the game. You have changed the game now.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Just behave exactly as Stanley would.
Okay, I think it's
that means
asking you
choosing
to go
responsibly
left.
and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I'm hoping we haven't looked back. Keep going. See where it is.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, it's been locked off for you now because choices. I think we are still okay. I think. Yep. Still good.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Hey, Ninju, thank you for starting.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you?
Stanley tripped
Please
over and
speak
forgot
the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Hope you're doing well.
Okay, fine, you're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The
I
end.
need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice.
Sorry, Leroy.
It's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
You got an ending. Do you want to keep going, or do you want to try, or do you want to wind down? It's 5 to midnight.
Wind down.
Okay, so how many endings do you want to do?
I don't mind.
Okay. I think then if you want to do one more, first of all, we'll see if we can get the
All of his co-workers
computer
were
one taken
gone.
care of.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Damn
he had
it!
simply
What the
missed a
hell?
memo.
We've had numerous we've had numerous go-arounds about coming in. All right. Well, if you really do, you want to see the narrator lose his mind?
Yeah.
Okay, I will give you, for me, my favorite. So what I need you to do is on the door choice, take a left.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Someone's up there. Yep, it's fine. Continue on as normal. Now, open. You have passed by this so many times.
Why is it only now opening?
Because
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing
Because
here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Because you haven't gone left and chose it. Every time you've chose it, or
There
you've
was nothing
interacted
here.
with it,
No choice to make,
you turn right.
no path to follow,
'Kay.
just an empty broom
Now, honey?
closet. No reason to still be here.
Sit back and wait.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Trying to shut the door.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Oh, you can't?
Maybe
Okay, never mind.
when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It makes me
Well,
laugh
I've come
every
to a very
time.
definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Now, step out.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Now go back in.
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? You can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
And that's it. Because it's so needless. Because it's so quick. It's so quick to be cynical. I love it.
Yeah.
It's like I said, it was fat and stupid and very, very stupid. Or drug money. He's also addicted to drugs and hookers.
Coming to a staircase,
like,
Stanley
what?
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
But I just love it so much. Mm-hmm. Now I forget. Yeah, that's say, could you do something in here? I don't think you could. Well, anyway, That I feel like is a good thing to end on if you're all done. So, and I will say now, there are more endings. Oh. Oh, so it's okay. Never mind. I don't think it's on one particular one. I think it's all through. I wonder if you can go back. Oh, you probably can't. Oh.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered? Desperate for answers, he began turning the room over looking for clues that might unravel the situation. Until at last, he discovered a keypad behind the boss's desk. But alas, no code.
I've
For this
said one more
keypad
time.
guarded the terrible secret.
Oh God. Sorry, it's just like this is literally the last one. Right, so boss's secretary. Okay, now it's desk 434. If this is to be right.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started.
Yes!
And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Okay, now so reset again. Yes, perfect place. Well, Stanley asked for a button press. Do it. Out. Oh my god, that's trippy. Rainbows! They're all saying buttons. It's button heaven, you're literally pressing all the buttons.
It's like on Reddit when you can make bubble wrap with spoiler marks.
Yeah. Buttons. I think this is. I don't think clicking. I don't think clicking all the buttons will do anything. Yeah, sure, that's it.
Yeah, it's not saving the ones I pushed already, yeah.
No. Yeah, so yeah, that's it. Buttons. Buttons. Well, I'll ask you now. Do you want to call things there for the game? Or do you want to keep playing?
Are there any other interesting endings?
There is one. I thought we were on track to get it, but apparently what? Let me just see. Yes. Okay. Right. Okay. So go as normal, but go for the right door.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
All of this is my office.
Makes me wonder how many of these endings are also bucket endings.
Oh lord.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room, what a room. This is what Stanley thought. What a room. What a room, what a room. What a room. Va-va-voom. What a room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope. No, straight ahead.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Okay, now here's the thing. Can you or are you able to jump onto that catwalk once the thing... Oh, look at that, collectible. So you can get down there. Whee!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Now, can you drop down there, or are you gonna die? Or is it walling you off?
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Okay, not the ending I had in mind, but still... still pretty great. Okay, last one for real. Same thing again.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Good job,
What
Stanley.
could it mean?
You died.
Stanley
Everyone is
decided
very
to go
proud
to the
of
meeting
you.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
He's also
Perhaps he
interrupting
wanted
me
to stop by the
constantly. I
employee
don't like
lounge
it.
first, just to admire it. It was okay.
I love it.
Eager to get back to business,
The
Stanley
amount
took
of
the
dialogue
first
they
open
have
door
for
on his
each
left.
scenario is impressive.
Yeah.
It's like it was okay.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Okay, get in. Like I says, get in at the cargo lift. But you know that catwalk in the center? No. I mean, like where you are now.
Mhm.
Yeah, sure. I want to see if you can drop down on that at some point.
Look, Stanley, I think
Yes,
perhaps we've
because
gotten
this
off
one
on the
doesn't
wrong
have any
foot
gates
here.
for
I'm
when
not
it goes
your
up.
enemy, really, I'm not.
Does it?
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can
Yeah,
be
so
difficult,
when it gets
but the
over
fact
cover
is
it,
that the story has
you can
been
jump
about
down.
nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
There we go. It's all coming back. It's all coming back to me now.
Mhm.
No!
Wonder what would happen if we brought a bucket.
You bastards! Well, we can reset it one more time to find out if you want.
Mhm.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay. Yep, yeah, sure, you're right.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
Yep, blue.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Yep, blue.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see, there's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Any door. Doesn't matter. I like you seeing I like seeing the textures.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
It don't matter.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley.
In my soul.
Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Wow. This is you. You suck. That's not actually true because we have been here for four hours, so that's not entirely indicative. But yep, the third one. Yep, that door.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
It don't matter.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out
former.
of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Apparently, according to the listing, it gives you a no bucket ending.
A no bucket ending.
Oh, hang on.
Fascinating.
Sorry.
What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
Oh, that's
What's our
Firewatch.
backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Oh yeah,
Yes, that must be it.
I get
What a
this was made by
fascinating
the
venture
same
into
guys.
the experience of total mental depravity.
It's
so far, I love everything about this game, Stanley.
I've heard
and it
it's
seems there's
actually a
even
really
more.
good narrative game.
Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Made by the same people.
Oh, no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in.
Okay.
There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
It's asking you to score a goal. Oh my god. Man, it's got rock.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
Oh god.
Are you
know who's
enjoying
winning.
this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real
Are
video
you winning,
game?
son?
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right.
Oh.
Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Yay! So, do I score myself? I'm really surprised that they got the branding for Rocket League and all. I don't think these guys did Rocket League.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Screw you, buddy.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Ah! Oh dear.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
There you go. That is the Stanley Parable.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
You want to take the bucket to the end?
A good bucket. A strong bucket. A humble bucket. A committed bucket. A bucket of culture and distinction.
My God. You want to do that again for the ending? Sure, right.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
It was okay.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Oh my God,
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to
Screw
do.
you, bucket.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
No, I don't. Bucket's a jerk. Screw you.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh God. We need to have a sit down on what is and what isn't a book. We need to have an intervention. A TV show is this a
Now
bucket?
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Oh my God, it's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual
Oh,
bucket.
boo.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes. It's Jeremy Clarkson's bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Oh, Jesus. Yes.
Is this a bucket? Correct.
What?
This is a bucket.
The narrator is losing his mind.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What? Okay.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let
It's
me
a
see.
bucket
Should be
from
around here
above.
somewhere.
Oh my God, yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
You're
But I'm
tearing
going
me
to
apart,
erase all
Bucket.
buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No! Don't take away the
What
buckets!
happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Oh my God. I will never look at a bucket the same way now.
Me neither.
I will look at this. I will see a bucket and I'll think two things: either the Stanley Parable or just simply Stanley. Yep, and I think it's just been reset.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess on that then. What were your thoughts on the Stanley Parable?
I liked it.
Yep. Was it? Did it meet your expectations or what?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I'm glad you liked it. I mean, granted, I don't think we've seen. Of course, we haven't heard every single bit of dialogue because it's just like a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is a game that a lot of people love for its writing, its wit, and just for its overall insaneness. And the deluxe edition has only added to that. But yeah, I'm really glad you liked it. So now, I guess that's another thing we can add to the wheel when the time comes to it. And yeah, it's just another game which we can cross off all this saying yes, we've played. I mean hell, we even got credits. So overall, that is a good game to end the night on. So yeah, guys, that is gonna be us done for the night. I don't know when we'll stream next. Could be later on this week. Could be next week. Who knows? But yeah, until then, thank you all for watching. And of course, before I forget, yes, CDE and Day and Jinu, thank you very much for chatting, or it's lovely of you guys stopping by. And again, late March, we might have some things in the works, but we'll bring more details when we get them. But until then, that has been us. I've been Lightning.
I'm Alice.
And this has been us playing the Stanley Parable for Alice's first time, and mine, well, it could be my refresher course. And the only thing I can say is, bucket!
Yeah.
The bucket's our lover, the bucket's our god, the bucket's our leader, the bucket's a jerk, the bucket is everything and nothing at the same time. But this has been a stream with a man named Stanley. Until then, guys, have a good day, good night, good afternoon, or wherever you are in the world. I guess one quick thing. There's going to be a Pokemon Day thing on Monday. You want to stream that or not? Okay, cool. Well, guys, until then, we don't know when we'll stream, but until then, we will see you later. See you then. Ta-ta. Stanley.